Court is now sitting.
Good morning. Yes, Ms Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honour. Your Honour, today the court will hear the inquests into two deaths. Firstly, the death of Vivian Chaplin, and then at 2 p.m. We will commence the inquest into the death of George Knoll.
Thank you. I understand that Vivian's sons, Aaron and Reuben, and their father, Dennis, will be listening in and watching. So I'd like to acknowledge that and offer my condolences to them.
Yes, Your Honour. This is the inquest into the death of Vivian Chaplin. Vivian was a resident of Waitala, which is a community, as Your Honour has already heard, located along the Old Grafton Road, approximately 50 kilometres east of Glen Innes and west of Grafton. Waitala is a very small and tight-knit community surrounded by dense bushland. Your Honour may recall from the evidence heard yesterday in the Kangawalla fire inquiry that this fire started when lightning struck a tree on the 26th of October 2019 in the Kangawalla Reserve, north of the Man River. The fire was largely contained until 8 November 2019, when under extreme fire weather conditions, it broke through containment and raged eastwards towards the village. It was on this day that, due to high winds and high temperatures, the fire spread very rapidly. Your Honour, Vivian Chaplin's death was particularly tragic. We take this opportunity to acknowledge the devastating circumstances and the tremendous loss to her family, friends, and fellow neighbours and residents of Waitala. In particular, as Your Honour has just done, we acknowledge her immediate family, her sons Aaron and Reuben, and their father Dennis. We acknowledge that the recent floods have also impacted Vivian, Dennis, and Aaron's property. Members of the immediate family of Vivian, particularly Aaron, have been closely involved in the preparation of this inquest in very challenging circumstances over the past weeks and months. I will deliver a family statement on their behalf, prepared by Aaron, at the conclusion of the inquest. I will start, Your Honour, with some information about Vivian herself. She was 69 years old when she died. She was a grandmother to 6 children and is survived by her sons. She originally moved to Waitala in 1983 with her partner Dennis and young children, where she raised goats and enjoyed living in the bush. When the children commenced high school, the family moved to Armidale. Vivian returned to the bush after her children had grown up. She very much enjoyed living there and moved to a 1,500-acre allotment on the community. Her property sat behind the Brothers State Forest. The property contained farmland and also a great deal of uncleared scrubland. A house had been built on the property, an American-style barn made of steel, which over the years had been converted into a home where Vivian and Aaron lived. The laundry and bathroom were separate to the house, and Aaron's father Dennis also lived on the property, but in a separate dwelling. Although Vivian and Dennis were separated, they remained a family unit. 12 months prior to the fire, Vivian underwent hip surgery. Although she sometimes required the support of a cane, Aaron says that his mother was mobile and self-sufficient at the time of her death. The family had together undertaken a fair amount of work on the property in regard to fire preparation. They had all discussed a fire plan, that is, secure the animals in the buildings, assess the fire situation, and evacuate to the school if necessary. Your Honour, I will show you a map of the area which shows the school in the context of the old Grafton Road, and you can see the general location if we scroll in. Your Honour has also heard yesterday how the bridge was destroyed, which limited access to the community. The Waitala Public School, which is the red flag, was the place where many residents sheltered during the fire, and you'll hear more about that location from the witnesses today. The events of 8 November were devastating for this community. More than half of the homes were destroyed, including this primary school, which burned to the ground. While the consequences of the fire have been both tragic and profound, the community remains strong and has demonstrated great resilience. Returning in more detail to the afternoon of the 8th of November. As Your Honour heard yesterday, there were extreme fire weather conditions on this afternoon. By 3:30 p.m, reports had been received by the RFS that the fire was threatening the area. Unfortunately, it appears that little warning could be given to the residents. Many fled to Glen Innes or to the Oval or to the shops. Vivian did not leave her property before it was impacted by the fire. The evidence will likely demonstrate that Vivian was alone during the morning, as earlier in the day, around about midday, Aaron and Dennis departed from the property to run some errands. They visited Aaron's wife Crystal's house in Glen Innes. Matthew Smith, Aaron's friend, says that shortly after 3:30, he attended Vivian's property to access his machinery, which he kept on the property. Whilst there, he noticed Vivian walking past one of the sheds. He called out hello and she waved back. He left soon after, and as he approached the front gate of Waitala, he noticed embers and smelled smoke. He went on to alert other residents of the fire and headed to one of the evacuation points. Aaron, Vivian's son, has made a lengthy and comprehensive statement in regard to the events of the day. He says that at about 4 p.m, when Matthew's partner, Tara, alerted him to what was going on, and the fact that Matthew had been trying to reach him concerning the fire threat. Aaron and Dennis, who were still out of town, attempted to head back to the property in their truck. Crystal says that she informed them that Reuben, Vivian's other son, was also aware of the fire threat, and he rang 000 for assistance. The conditions worsened, and at around 5 p.m, Crystal received a call from Vivian. She told her that the property was on fire and that she needed the boys there now. Crystal informed Vivian that the boys are on their way, and she says that this was the last contact that she had with them, and after that brief conversation, the phone went dead. This phone call is the last known contact with Vivian. In Aaron's statement, he has informed the court that he drove down Old Grafton Road towards Waitala, and he says, in his words, the road was completely consumed by fire and there was nobody around, no fire truck or locals. We pulled back, and when he says we, he means he and his father. We pulled back and watched the fire for a moment. We decided there was no chance we could get through the road. After making that assessment, Aaron and Dennis travelled back to Glen Innes, arriving there around 5:30. It was then that Aaron called Matthew Smith, who was in the town, to tell him that his mum was unaccounted for and to ask him to try and find her. The court will hear that 2 RFS volunteer firefighters, Michael Borger and Jesse Kirkman, attended Vivian's property in the late afternoon or early evening. They were not tasked with searching for Vivian at that time, and they did not know she was missing from the property. However, they did attend out of general concern, and they did undertake a search around the property. The house was on fire at the time they reached it, and they attempted to extinguish it in part. However, they were running low on water and only remained there for a short time, likely around 15 minutes. Neither reports seeing or hearing Vivian while they were there. The court will hear that Matthew Smith later drove to Vivian's property on Aaron's request and located her near the shed area at the back of the property. His actions were clearly both heroic and extraordinary, given the state of the fire and the area at the time. He took urgent steps to remove her, put her in his ute, and obtain critical medical treatment. The court will receive some photographs of Vivian's house and property that were taken by police after the fire. These images are important in order to understand what happened that afternoon and evening and to determine the manner and cause of Vivian's death, including where she was when she was located by Matthew. I will show the court now a series of 6 photographs, and I will deal with them in turn, and note that these photographs will be shown to the 2 RFS witnesses and to Mr. Smith in order to attempt to clarify where Vivian was on the day. This first photograph, taken by police later, is the front of the house. Your Honour will see what appears to be in part a shed at the back left-hand corner and a white ute to the right. And the next photograph is the same image from a slightly different angle. Your Honour will also see to the right-hand side of the image what appears to be a carport. The witnesses will be asked to clarify if that was the case and whether or not there were any other cars present at the property at the time. The next image is a photograph of the house from the back. Your Honour will see a large awning and various equipment underneath that awning and that same white ute now on the other side of the image. The next photograph is from higher ground, and Your Honour will see again the main house, and to the left what is referred to by the various witnesses as the shed. The next photo is simply another version of the previous one, Your Honour. And this final photo, if we can scroll in, Your Honour should see what appears to be 3 structures. Firstly, the house to the right, and then in the front left, the shed, and then the back structure is that carport. We just, return to the image, and if we just maybe keep it static, it might be easier. Thank you. The main shed on the left, and then the structure behind it appears to be a carport. And again, the witnesses will be asked to clarify these structures in terms of where Vivian was on the day. Thank you. Your Honour, returning to the chronology of that afternoon and evening, after Matthew had taken Vivian from the house, he had encountered some RFS officers and an ambulance was called. This call was made at 5:54 p.m. that night. That first ambulance was en route minutes later, but arrived in just under an hour due to the conditions. Vivian was treated by paramedics and taken to a designated landing site, that is the school oval, and was transported by air to Concord Hospital in Sydney. Unfortunately, when at the oval, she went into cardiac arrest because she had suffered burns, and CPR was commenced at the time. She was intubated, and at about 9:30, the air retrieval team took over her medical care and she was taken to hospital. She arrived in the early hours of the following morning into the emergency department. Again, on admission, she suffered cardiac arrest and was resuscitated. And in the late early hours of that morning, she was transferred to the intensive care unit of the hospital. Due to circumstances, Your Honour, she was pronounced deceased at about 10:30 the following morning, unable to be revived and her injuries considered unsurvivable. The court will receive evidence that she died as a result of complications from thermal injuries. Given that sequence of events, Your Honour, the court will receive an expert report from Professor Ian Seppelt, an intensivist at Nepean Hospital in Sydney. He has been provided with all of the medical records relating to Vivian and her death. It is his evidence that Vivian's burn injuries were unsurvivable, and even in the event that she could have been treated earlier, she would not have survived. Moreover, Your Honour, it is the expert opinion of Professor Seppelt that she received timely and excellent professional medical care on that day. Your Honour, I now tender the brief of evidence.
Yes, thank you. That will be Exhibit 33.
Thank you. This brief includes comprehensive statements from the investigating police officers. Your Honour has already heard from Detective Sergeant Damien Loon yesterday in regard to the inquiry into the Kangaroo fire. Your Honour also heard some evidence from him about the circumstances of Vivian's death, and given that situation, I don't propose to call him again now. The court will hear from 3 witnesses today in this inquest: Michael Borger, Jesse Kirkman, the 2 RFS officers, and finally Matthew Smith. Your Honour, I call the first witness, Michael Borger.
Mr. Borger, can you see and hear us here at the court?
Yes.
Thank you. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Borger. Ms. Stevens.
Mr. Borger, can you hear and see me?
Yes.
Will you give your full name to the court, please?
Michael Joseph Borger.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that?
Michael Joseph Borger.
Thank you. Are you a member of the RFS, Mr. Borger?
Yes, I am.
And how long have you been?
Since 2018.
And in the late 2019, which area of New South Wales did you live in?
I lived at Waitala.
How long have you lived there for?
I was born there. I've moved away a couple of years, but I've lived there most of my life.
You understand that you've been called to give evidence today in regard to the death of Vivian Chaplin?
Yes.
And is it the case, Mr. Borger, that you knew her personally?
Yes.
And how was that?
Well, I grew up with her sons, Aaron and Reuben. I used to ride dirt bikes with them. a lot.
And sorry, I cut you off. What was that last thing you said?
Oh, just I used to ride bikes with them a lot over on their property and stuff.
Do you still live in the community now?
Yes, I do.
Have you made a statement, Mr. Borgia, for this inquest that's dated? Actually, it doesn't appear to have a date on it, but dated sometime in February of this year.
Yes.
Have you got a copy of that statement in front of you?
Yes, I do.
If it's all right, Mr. Borgia, I'd like to ask you some questions about that day and what happened, okay?
Yep.
You don't need to read from your statement, but if we need to, we'll draw your attention to it.
Yeah.
Now, if we focus on the day, the 8th of November, that morning, were you in the community?
Yes.
Were you at home?
Most of the day I was trying to get my bore pump going because I knew there was fires in the area.
So those days leading up to the morning of 8th of November, what was your understanding of the Kangawalla fire?
It was contained.
Had you been involved in any firefighting attempts with the Kangawalla fire?
Yes, I had.
Had you been involved on that previous day, that is the 7th of November?
Yeah, but that was down Newton Boyd. That was a different fire, I think. I fought it until 11 o'clock that night.
Sorry?
I fought the Newton Boyd fire until 11 o'clock the night before the Kangawalla fire hit us.
And on the morning of the 8th, you say you were trying to get the pump working, is that right?
Yeah.
And did you have any information that morning from the RFS or from anywhere else about the state of the fire?
No.
What information were you provided that day about the state of the fire and whether it or not it remained contained?
There was no information until we seen it.
So can you tell the court what you saw and when you saw it?
I seen it about start up. It was about 10 k's, 15 k's down the river. And I'd been buggered because I'd been trying to get the bore pump going all day. And I'd been fighting the fire all night, the night before. I started getting phone calls and I was like, the fire's not going to get here in a while. I'm having a rest. And I went in, laid down on the couch, and then I got up to go to the toilet. And I decided to just have a leak outside instead of go to the toilet. And I could see the fire had moved right down and was nearly at us. So I chucked on my fire gear and went to the fire shed.
And what time was that?
It was around 3:30 to 4.
And where is your house with reference to the fire station in general terms?
It's just down the road, a K down the road or something.
And when you say you put on your gear and you went down to the station, were there others there at the time?
Yes, there was.
And did you have a conversation with those other officers about what you were going to do?
They actually said that the fire's jumped and it's at Rudy's, and then I turned to Jexy and went, "You're getting in the truck, we'll go and try and save him." And then we jumped in the truck and we didn't even get to Rudy's. We got to Gary's and the fire was all on his driveway. And we drove through the flames to get into Gary's. And we fought the fire there for...
Just pausing there, Mr. Borgia, I just want to break it down into little pieces if I can. So when you got to the station, you're talking about Jesse. Do you mean Jesse Kirkman?
Yes.
Is he another RFS officer?
Yes.
And who else was there, if anyone?
Kim was there. And I can't fully remember everyone that was there. Joel was there on his motorbike. Carl was also there. Yeah, that's all I remember.
And you say in your statement, and I'll take you to paragraph 8, in that last sentence, you say, I did not think that the fire would reach Waitala that day because I had never previously seen a fire spread 10 kilometres in one day. Have you got that
Yeah,
part?
well, I didn't say it would get there that day. I just meant it wasn't going to get there for a while. I thought we had heaps of time. I didn't think it would be travelled 10 kilometres in 10 minutes.
So did it come as a great surprise to you at about 3 or 3:30 when you realised how close it was?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I walked out to go to the toilet how far it had travelled.
You also say now in paragraph 9 that you went to the fire shed, and you say, when I arrived, a number of residents were starting to gather at the fire shed, including another volunteer, Jesse Kirkman. Now you say, Jesse and I took the category 9 firefighting appliance, Waitala 9, and left the station at around 4. Can you tell us about that appliance, please?
The Cat 9,
Yep.
a 2-seater water truck, Land Cruiser.
So when you and Jesse left at about 4, you started to tell us earlier, what was your plan?
We'll just go on. They said it jumped at Rudy's, so we're heading towards Rudy's. And then we got to Gary's and the fire was all over his driveway, and we just decided to go up there and help Gary.
And did you help Gary?
Yeah, we helped him for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and we saved his house.
And after helping Gary, where did you go next?
Oh, I wanted to go to the north side, and because I thought the fire risk was more over there because it hadn't burned in the fire previously. But we got a call from Bryn who needed help, and we were in the truck, so we just went around the Bryns.
Who's that? Sorry, I'm just finding it a bit hard to hear you. It's just the technology.
Bryn,
Can you spell that name for us?
B-Y, hang on, B-R-Y-N.
Bryn.
Yeah.
And did you help Bryn?
Yeah, we went there and it was under control. Like, he was panicking, but we were like, you've got this, man. It basically gone past his house. A few things were alight. It didn't seem a threat to him. So we were like, we got to go and help some people that need help. So we kept going along the south side.
Yeah, and where did you go next?
We ended up at Lee and the Coles and Thomas and Kelly's. I can't remember which one we went to first. We went to both their places and we helped them for a little while each. And then we continued on and went over the hill, nearly got to Sandesh's, and I was like, the fire's this far, Jesse, we've got to get back to our own houses. And so we turned around and we started heading back to our houses, and that's when Jesse spotted Vivian's house and went, oh, Vivian, we've got to go check on Vivian. So I turned around and we went into Vivian's.
So you were on Old Grafton Road at that time?
Yeah.
And then how far is Vivian's house from the main road?
Not far, 50 metres or something, maybe a little more.
And you drove up into her property, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And when you drove through the driveway, what was the state of the property?
The back of it was on fire.
And around about what time did you get to her property?
I can't give a time.
You know if it was still light?
Yeah, it seemed like it was on like afternoon, sun setting, but that could have been the smoke. We could have been there a bit earlier and there just could have been so much smoke it felt like, but it was afternoon.
When you drove up into the property, and I'll show you some photos in a minute, okay? But before I do, when you drove up into the property, can you describe for the court what the structures were?
Oh, it was the big shed house that they live in. And that's all I remember, like just driving in there. I didn't, yeah. And there was, like, I remember seeing the back of it was on fire. We could see that from the road.
Had you been to that property before?
I have, yes.
And when you got in there, were there any cars there?
No, not that I seen. I couldn't see a car anywhere.
Is it the case that there could have been some cars there and you didn't see them, or you actually looked for cars?
No, that could have been the case. Yeah, I wasn't specifically looking, but I could not see a car. I remember thinking, there's no car here. I don't think she's here. I thought that.
I'll just show you some photos now, Mr. Borgia. I'll show you 6 of them, and I'll ask you to describe the structures for the court, and then we'll ask some more questions about what happened next.
Yeah.
So is that familiar to you, that image?
Yeah.
And what's that from your perspective?
That's Vivian's house that we went to.
And is that from the approach of the driveway?
Yeah.
And we'll take the next photograph, please. That's the same image, but from a slightly different angle. Do you agree?
Yeah. Yeah, that's nearly where we parked the car. That's probably from where we parked the fire truck.
So you say that's where you parked the car?
Yeah, around there somewhere. We turned it around and Jesse took the hose and started putting the back of the house out.
Now, you can see in that image there's a ute parked to the right of the house. Was that there?
No, I can't remember that being there.
Do you remember whether there was any other car there parked next to that ute?
No.
Now, you were just about to tell the court about what Jesse did next, and what was that?
He ran the hose out to the back of the house and I turned it on from the truck. And he started wetting down the back of the house. I ran to the front door and yelled out and looked inside the house. I couldn't see anyone. And then I was going to tell Jesse that I'll go have a look around. And when I got to Jesse, the gas bottle went.
So just pausing there, I'll show you a couple more photographs, please.
Yeah.
The next one, what's that image?
That's the back of the house.
Then we'll show the next image. It's the same from the side of the house, I take it.
Yeah.
And were you familiar with that structure at the back there that I'll call a shed?
No, I wasn't.
We'll turn to the next photograph, please. It's the same image, just a bit closer. And then the final image, Mr. Borgia, we'll show to you now. We'll just scroll in, but we'll keep it fixed where it is, please. Can you can see the awning of the main house?
Yeah.
And then you can see the structure that I've called a shed at the back. Have you got that?
Yeah.
And then can you see there appears to be another structure behind the shed that looks like a carport?
Yeah.
Did you see that carport when you were there?
Not that I can remember.
We'll just go back to, I think it's the second photograph of the back of the house, please. Might be the next one along. Perhaps one more. If you just scroll in a little bit, please. Now, just with that image before you, Mr. Borgia, you just gave some evidence a moment ago about Jessie with the hose around the back, and you said that a gas bottle exploded. Do you remember that evidence?
Yeah, it just shot out like a flamethrower, it didn't blow up.
Where was that gas bottle with reference to this photo?
Thought it was in around near that tin, bit where you can see the tin. I just remember, yeah. But it might have been a bit over. I just remember it being at the back of the house. Because he was putting water up for a little while.
If we scroll in a bit more, it's a bit hard to see. If you're looking in the middle at the bottom of the image.
You can see the gas bottle.
Is that the gas bottle there?
I don't know. I thought that it was over a bit more to the left, but you know, everything's going so quick. I just remember running up to Jess and then I looked to the left and I seen the gas bottle like shooting out like a flamethrower. And that's when I'm like, Jess, we're not going to put this out. We've got to get going. And then we left.
In any case, your evidence is that that gas bottle was somewhere underneath the awning at the back of the house. Is that right?
Yes.
And at that point, which of those structures was on fire?
Just the main house.
You said earlier that you looked into the front of the main house to see if there was anyone there. Did you go over at any time to either the carport or the back shed?
No, I didn't.
After the incident with the gas bottle happened, where did you go next?
We left. I told Jessie there's no way we're putting this out, and I don't think Vivian's here. We've got to get to our own houses. And yeah, we wound the hose up and we left.
When you left, did you go back around the same route that you'd taken to the back, or did you go around the other side of the house?
No, I went the same route.
And at that time, did you have any knowledge from anyone about whether Vivian was in fact missing?
No, I didn't even know she was on the property. I had no idea of anything. Like, I thought she could have been in town. I didn't even know she was at home that day.
So what was your main purpose when you got to the property at that time?
Well, we were trying to put their house out.
After you and Jessie decided to get back into the truck, where did you go next?
We made it back, went back around the north side.
And where did you go? Did you go and deal with other properties, or did you go back to the shed, or did you go somewhere else?
We stopped in at my mum's place, and my stepdad had saved that, so we kept going and we went up to Jessie's house, and it was fully burnt down. And then we went to the shop, and then we went to Tony Keating's, and then that's when I left Jessie, because I was like, you and Tony can man the Cat 9. Can I borrow your ag bike, Tony, to go save my dad's house? And I jumped on his ag bike and went around and fought the fire at my dad's house.
Did you continue with those firefighting efforts throughout that night?
I didn't stop fighting the fires until 4 a.m.
And at any stage after you left Vivian's house in the, say, early evening, throughout that night, did you tell any other RFS officers that you'd been to the property?
Not that I can remember.
Do you know Matthew Smith?
Yes, I do.
Did you see Matthew Smith that night?
No, I didn't.
Matthew Smith's given a statement, Mr. Borgia, where he is going to tell the court about what happened from his perspective that night. And I just want to read out a little paragraph from his statement, and this is at page 101-3, paragraphs 13 and 14. He's giving some evidence, Mr. Borgia, about encountering two RFS officers around about that time, as in late afternoon or evening. It's not in your statement, so you don't need to refer to it. I'm just going to ask you if you can assist the court with it, okay?
Yeah.
And at 13, he says that at 12, he said he continued up the road near Tommy's Rock. Now, just pausing there, where's Tommy's Rock?
That's just above Gary's. It's right at the end of the west end and south side.
And Matthew Smith says, I saw an RFS Hilux coming towards me. It was a white dual cab with a canopy on the back. I flashed my headlights at him and he stopped. I told him that he needed to take Martin and Jenny. Now, that's in the context of what Matthew was doing at the time. He then goes on to say, there were two people in the RFS Hilux. The driver was a male in his late 50s or early 60s. He had grey hair and a grey beard that was about 1 inch long. He was wearing RFS uniform that was yellow-orange. Now, do you know who that person in that Hilux might have been?
No. Oh, it might have been Gary.
Are you reading? Have you got Matthew Smith's statement there, have you?
Yeah, 13. There were two people in the RFS Hilux. The driver was a male in his late 50s or early 60s. He had grey hair and a grey beard that was about 1 inch long. He was wearing an RFS uniform that was yellow-orange. I did not get a good look at the passenger.
Yeah, and then I'll just read you the next paragraph. The driver said, where are you going? And then Matthew said, I'm going to Vivian's. And he said, where is that? Then the driver said, it's back. The big silver shed is where the trucks and machinery. And he said, you can't, it's not safe. And Matthew said, I have to, my mate's mother is back there. And then he said, either there's no one there or we didn't find anyone there. Can you see that?
Yeah.
I'm just asking whether you can assist the court in telling us whether you know who that person is.
I don't, sorry.
And in any case, you're saying you didn't see Matthew Smith that night or talk to him, I take it.
I might have, it was 2 years ago. I've tried hard to forget it because it's really impacted me. And I remember hearing something about Matthew Smith, or I couldn't remember if I'd seen him, or I even asked Jesse, and Jesse said, no, I wasn't there when he talked to Smitty. It's all, it was a pretty hard ordeal, and so much was going on at the time.
And you'd been in the RFS for some time, as at the 8th of November, you told us earlier. Have you seen a bushfire like that before the 8th of November?
No, never.
So how would you compare your firefighting efforts that night to any other experience you've had?
Oh, it was just full on. It was you do what you can. And you just keep going. When we left Gary's, we pulled into a couple of places and they were burnt, just being not being able to do anything. You pull in, the place is completely burnt, you move on. We were just trying to get in front of the fire where we could help someone. And that's when we got to Thomas and Kelly's. We helped them a bit, and then they were right, Lee and the Coles. And then we got to Vivian's, we tried to put the fire out. And then we went around to the north side and fought fires until 4 in the morning. We had to go, me and Jesse were tasked with going up to get Scotty, Matt and Bambi. Everyone thought they were dead, us included. We thought we were going up to find dead bodies. And we went up there, cut our way in, and I'm so glad we found them alive. But, you know, it was so full on, like the whole problem. By the time we got out of garage, how much it burnt I couldn't believe it.
Mr. Borgia, thank you for sharing your memories with the court today and assisting us in trying to understand what happened on that night. Your Honour, those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Borgia. If you just wait there might be some questions from another councillor, Mr. Newton.
Yes, thanks, Your Honour. Just one question. Mr. Borgia, you, in paragraph 13 of your statement, you deal with the time, the gas bottle catching on fire, and you mentioned towards the end of that paragraph that you went and got Jesse, who came round the back. Is there something about that aspect of the statement that you want to change?
Yeah, that wasn't the case. Jesse was putting the gas bottle, like putting water on that back of the house. I went to talk to him and the gas bottle went. I told her that was a bit of my statement I wanted to change.
That is all my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Borgia.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. And Mr. Borgia, I'd like to thank you as well. I know it can't be easy to be reliving those terrible days. So thank you. Really appreciate your evidence today. You're excused. Thank you, Mr. Borgia.
Thank you, Your Honour. The next witness is Jesse Kirkman.
Mr. Kirkman, can you see and hear us here at the court?
Yes.
All right. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkman. Yes, Ms. Stevens.
Mr. Kirkman, can you hear and see me?
Yes.
Will you give your full name to the court, please?
Jesse Robert Kirkman.
And are you a volunteer firefighter with the RFS?
Yes.
And how long have you done that for?
Since late 2018.
Mr. Kirkman, have you given a statement to police in regard to the inquest into the death of Vivian Chaplin?
I have.
Have you got a copy of that statement if we need to refer to it?
Yes.
I don't need to ask you any questions yet, but if I do, I'll take you to it, okay?
No worries.
Now, as at late 2019, Mr. Kirkman, did you live in Waitala?
Yes.
And how long had you lived there for?
Since 2017, and I grew up on the property.
You may have heard me ask the same questions of Mr. Borgia. How long did you know him for?
I grew up with Joe, yeah, my whole life.
And I'm going to ask you some questions about your firefighting efforts that night in regard to Vivian Chaplin's property. But before I do, I'll also ask, did you know Vivian personally?
Yes.
And how was that?
I didn't spend a great deal of time with her, but yeah, through my childhood, and at different parts of my life, I got a chance to meet her.
Did you know her sons?
Yes.
Now, after these fires, did you continue to live in Waitala or not?
Shortly after, I had to look after my father, and yeah, I moved to Glen Innes, and now I live in Armidale.
And did you lose your own house in the fires that week?
Yes.
The day before this all happened, Mr. Kirkman, that is the 8th of November, the day before, had you been engaged in any firefighting in the Kangawalla fire?
Not the day before, but the week before that I was.
And can you tell the court about what role you undertook in that?
Mainly as a support position, I guess, and yeah, containing the fire.
And where were you when you were doing that? Which area?
All through that area. I'm not 100% the exact area, but we went out there more than once.
And on the 7th of November, that is the day before this all happened, what was your understanding of the state of the fire?
We thought we had it under control. It was under control from our point of view. Yeah.
And on the morning of the 8th of November, what were you doing?
A normal day.
Were you?
Yeah,
Sorry, you go.
yeah, just a normal day. Yeah, it's what we do on the property.
So you were
chores and
Yeah, you were planning to work on the property that morning, is that right?
yeah, just on my own property. Try and get everything done before it gets too hot, and yeah.
And on that morning, did you have any conversation or receive any information from RFS about the state of the fire?
No, not really. Just I think I spoke to my captain at some point and was told to be ready. And you know, leading up to that moment, I was always prepared to deploy at a moment's notice.
Well, in your statement at paragraph 8, you say, I cannot recall the exact time. However, at some stage in the afternoon, I was contacted by the brigade captain, Kim Jeremy. Is that right?
Yes.
But up until the point you were contacted by Kim, were you concerned about the fires at any time?
There was a massive smoke plume forming. It looked like it was too far away, though. I thought it must have been part of another fire or something. It was hard to tell.
And from your perspective at your property, where was that smoke plume?
To the south. It moved from the west to the south, almost in line with our property if you looked south. And yeah, it was a massive plume of smoke. So yeah, as the afternoon progressed, I became more concerned for sure.
So when you received that call from the brigade captain, what were you asked to do?
Meet at the fire shed and yeah, get ready.
And did you go to the fire shed?
Yes.
And who was there when you got there?
Yeah, it's a bit patchy. We weren't there for long before I got in the truck with Joe. From memory, Kim, our captain at the time, was there, and a few other people I don't really recall. Because yeah, like I said, as soon as I got there, we more or less got in the truck.
And can you tell the court your memory of where you went first and what your purpose was?
We made our way around the western side of the property, and met another member of the brigade on his motorbike, Joel Noonan, and made the decision to deploy at Gary Blair's property.
And what did you do after that?
Secured his property as best we could. I started the pump and started putting a wet line as the fire front was approaching. Gary was having problems with his priming his pump. Joe helped him prime his pump while I was at the truck, putting in a wet line and securing the house from the western side.
How long do you think you were at Gary's house for?
It felt like 45 minutes to an hour, but by the time Joe had primed the pump and made his way back to the truck and checked on Gary's water system and stuff, we had more or less secured that side of the house. I felt secure with that, and the fire front had begun to shift towards Gary's shed, and I repositioned the truck in a position that I could defend Gary's shed.
And was there a point in time where you'd done the work you could at Gary's place and then you moved on to another property?
Yeah. Once we were confident that Gary could look after his property himself, we refilled the truck with his water system, and then left Gary's. And when we got to the end of his driveway, we made the decision to make our way around to the other side of the property and check on those houses.
And did you attend some other properties before you made a decision to go to Vivian's property?
Yes. I don't think we missed many properties on our way towards Vivian's.
And when you were driving towards Vivian's property, what was your main aim in terms of your focus with the fires?
It was mainly to reassure people that they weren't alone, more or less. We were about 10, 15 minutes, 5 minutes behind the main fire front. So by the time we made our way to the houses, they were either already on fire and people had evacuated, or the people that were there were fighting the fire.
Now, you may have heard the evidence of Mr. Borgia earlier in terms of making a decision to go up to Vivian's property. What's your memory about making that decision?
When we got to that side of the property, we went past Vivian's to see what it looked like around the corner, and just around the corner from Vivian's, the fire conditions had begun to ease, and yeah, it wasn't very thick with smoke at that particular part of the property, and we made the decision to start making our way back. And then as we passed Vivian's, we made the decision to go in there and make sure no one was there.
And when you went into the property, can you tell the court what you saw in terms of the structures and where the fire was?
It was really thick with smoke. You couldn't see in front of the fire truck. I put the sirens on and lights, and the house was engulfed with flames, and we parked the truck in a position that we could quickly leave if we needed to, and hopped out. I started the pump and begun to unravel the hose and met Joe about halfway from where we parked to the back area of the house. And he told me there's a gas bottle that's on fire and we needed to leave. And I reassured him that they have a vent in them and they won't explode. I'll put water around that while you have a look around the property.
And Mr. Kirkman, I'm going to show you some photos of the property and then ask you a few more questions to clarify the evidence you've just given, okay? So we'll show the first photograph, please, of the property. And what's that image? If you and I hope you can see it.
Yes. That's of Vivian's house.
And what is that from the perspective of having driven up the driveway?
Yeah, and the small turning circle in front of the house is where we turned around and then we reversed to more or less beside where Aaron's truck is parked.
Well, just pausing there, I'll show you the next photograph, which might assist you.
Yeah,
So when you-
we were parked adjacent, just beside where Aaron's car's parked. And
When you say Aaron's car, do you mean that ute on the right-hand side of the image?
That's correct.
Was that ute there when you parked the truck?
No,
Are you sure?
I don't remember it being there. Yeah, I don't remember it being there, but I was on the other side of the truck. So yeah, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Do you remember if there were any other cars at the property?
No, I didn't see any cars at the property. Like I said, I've met Joe halfway and then continued to make my way around to the back area of the property. I've looked at a map of where Vivian was found, and that's exactly where I was standing, more or less.
Well,
put
Mr.
water around
Kirkman, we'll just take it step by step. So from the perspective of this photograph, is that around about where the truck was parked? Is that your evidence?
Yeah, but on the other side, because the house was obviously on fire, so we needed to park away from it.
When you say the other side, do you mean at the back or do you mean the other side at the front?
The beside where Aaron's car, exact more or less where he's parked, we parked right on the other side of that. So we had enough clearance on either side of the truck to do what we needed to do.
And when you parked the truck there, you say that the hose was extended, and where did you take that hose?
Towards the back of the house, where the gas bottle was venting.
I'll just pause there and I'll show you the next photograph. Now, what's that image?
That's of the back area of Vivian's house.
And we'll just scroll in, please, or zoom in. Perhaps a bit more. And there appears to be in the middle of that photograph what looks like a gas bottle. Can you see that?
Yeah, that's the gas bottle that I was mainly concerned about. I didn't really see any other gas bottles really.
So you used the hose in the direction of that gas bottle and those areas, is that right?
Yeah, and cooled down that area as much as that's what I was concentrating on. And
Was the main house on fire at that time or not?
yes, and it was unsavable at that point. It was fully engulfed.
I'll show you the next photograph. Now that's the main house from higher ground, and you can see in the left what I'll call a shed. Do you remember that shed being there at the time?
I couldn't really see that, even though that back area had cleared with smoke a fair amount because of the heat, I guess, was helping it to clear. But that was probably the furthest I could see was that edge of that particular shed on the left that's closest to us. And also that carport. That I was somewhere in between the middle of that carport at the furthest.
We'll show you the last photograph in this sequence because that probably shows the carport best. We'll just zoom in. Can you see a structure behind the shed and next to the house there, Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, that's the carport I'm referring to. We couldn't see the area. Yeah, we couldn't see the area that well, but it had cleared out the back there enough to see if there was anything in that carport because of the heat, I guess. But anywhere around that area out further, you couldn't see in front of your hand.
Did you walk over to or look inside either the shed or the carport?
No. I was. I briefly looked at that carport as I ran up to the back area, but I was mainly concerned with that gas bottle because, Joe had come back to me and said we need to leave. There's a gas bottle out there that's on fire, and at that point I reassured them that they have a valve in them that vents, and it shouldn't explode unless it's but it happened in a matter of seconds. I just reassured them.
After you had that conversation, what did you do next?
Continued to that back area, somewhere in between those two, the carport and that awning area, and that's where I positioned to put water around that gas bottle.
You started to tell the court earlier about your understanding as to where Vivian was found later. Do you recall that evidence?
Yeah. It's hard to see because it's a Google image that's zoomed in, so everything looks very much closer. And I don't really know 100% where she was found, but from the picture of Google, it looks like exactly where I was standing, almost to where I positioned to put water on that gas bottle and around it.
And when you're talking about that location, are you referring to a map that was annexed to Matthew Smith's statement that's in this brief of evidence?
I assume so. Yeah, it's a Google image of the dwelling that's zoomed in. Yeah, I'm not 100%.
And is it your evidence that at the time you were dealing with the gas bottle, you were standing somewhere between the carport and the awning of the back of the house?
Yes, there was quite an intense amount of heat coming from the house, so I couldn't get too close.
And what you're saying to the court is that you certainly didn't see Vivian at that time?
No.
Did you go inside the main house or was it not possible?
It wasn't possible, and it was no point going in there. There would have, it was fully engulfed. Upstairs it looked like they had an upstairs area, and that was fully on fire. The whole inside of the house was on fire. Everything was on fire.
Once you'd made the decision to leave the property following the conversation about the gas bottle, what did you do next?
We made our way out of her driveway and ran into another member of the fire brigade, Steve Wellington, I think his last name is.
Steve Waddington? You refer to that in your statement? Yep.
Yeah.
Where was he?
And then he was on the main road in his truck. Like I said, once you got out of Vivian's driveway, it was more or less clear as compared to what was happening on their property. It was, you couldn't see further than your arms reach in there. Once you got out of the driveway, it was more or less cleared up, and the way the wind was going around that corner, the fire had substantially started to die down, and conditions were, outside of that property were a lot.
Which direction did you go in next?
We made our way back around to the fire shed, that direction.
Did you assist some other people or attend some other properties on the way?
Yeah, you can see the majority of properties from the road and what state they were in. We stopped at Joe's mother's place, and then Joe's place, and then made our way back to the community area and went up to my house, and then we come back down to the community area and regrouped from there.
And when you regrouped, were there other RFS officers there?
Yeah, Joe made the decision once we were there to go and help his father defend his property. I talked to Charlie Knoxgrave, and they were securing the community area, and then I talked to Smithy, and he was concerned about Vivian. And
when you say, just pausing there, Mr. Kirkman, when you say talk to Smithy, you spoke with Matthew Smith?
Yes, that's correct. And
you knew him at that time?
Yes.
And what did you tell Matthew Smith?
He was concerned about Vivian, and I reassured him that we were just there, and there's no way that she was there. Just around the corner, there was no smoke. She must have gone to a neighbour's place and left the house.
Did you tell any other RFS officers at that time that you'd been to Vivian's house?
No, I didn't have much of a chance to talk to anyone else. Once I realised the situation at the community area and they had that handled, I made the decision to continue around the east end of the property to help secure that.
And did you continue fighting the fire throughout that night?
Yes. I think I was relieved around 5:30 in the morning, and I went back to the community area and fell asleep near my family.
Mr. Kirkman, have you read Matthew Smith's statement about that night?
I have not.
I'll just read you a little extract. He says that when before he went up to Vivian's house that night, he encountered an RFS Hilux, and there was an RFS officer who was a man in his late 50s or 60s with a grey hair and a grey beard. And Matt says that that RFS officer told him that there was no one at Vivian's house. Now, do you know who that officer was?
I only thought he talked to me, but it sounds like it might have been Brett, but I'm not sure.
It might have been who, sorry?
I only know his first name. A man called Brett.
Brett.
Yeah, a former captain of the brigade, I think. Yeah, I wouldn't have a clue, to be honest. I was already around the other side.
Now, Mr. Kirkman, you may have heard me ask Mr. Borg these questions, but in your experience as a firefighter, how do you rate the conditions that night in your community?
Yeah, I haven't been a member for that long, but it was the worst conditions that I had experienced since I've been a member and from my childhood at any other fires that our property has experienced. Yeah, they were intense conditions.
Thank you for your evidence, Mr. Kirkman. The purpose of calling you today is to simply try and understand what happened on the afternoon, okay?
No worries.
Mr. Kirkman, if you could just wait one moment, I'm just going to see if Council, Mr. Newton, has any questions for you.
I have no questions, Your Honour. I just want to thank Mr. Kirkman.
Thank you. Mr. Kirkman, I'd like to thank you. I acknowledge it must be very difficult to relive such a terrible experience over those terrible days. So thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you, Ron. Is it a convenient time for the morning break?
Yes, we'll adjourn and resume at 12.
Please, I'll stand this Coroners
Yes, Ms Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honour. I call the last in the inquest, Matthew Smith.
Mr Smith, can you see and hear us?
Yes, Your Honour.
All right, you'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr Smith. Yes, Ms Stevens.
Mr Smith, can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Will you give your full name to the court, please?
Matthew Troy Smith.
Have you given a statement in these proceedings that is in regard to the inquest into the death of Vivian Chaplin?
Yes, I have.
Have you got a copy of that statement in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Might just check whether Mr Smith's face should in fact be coming up. I think I'll ask you a few more questions, Mr Smith, and I think then I'll be able to see you better because your voice will be picked up. You did make that statement, is that right?
Yes.
You understand that we're asking you to give evidence today just to try and understand a bit better for the court what happened on the 8th of November with Vivian?
Yes, I understand.
Mr Smith, I'm going to ask you some questions, firstly about the fire and then what happened on the 8th of November. Now, do you live in Waitala?
No, I don't.
Where do you live?
In Glennis?
And I'm just going to pause only because I can't see him and it's difficult to hear him properly. I wonder if it's possible to ensure that he comes up fully on the screen so those watching on the system can actually see him.
We'll see what we can do. Sorry, Mr Smith, just a little technical issue.
No,
We
you're
can
right.
we can see you, but you're just a little square and we just want to be able to see you a bit better.
Mr Smith, I'm told that the only way it will work is if I keep going and ask you some questions. So I'll ask you to elaborate in this way. Tell us, where did you grow up?
I grew up in Tamworth and moved up to Glennis or Emerville with my mother when I was 13.
Yes?
And I've lived in Glennis ever since.
And before November 2019, did you know Vivian Chaplin?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know her?
A close friend's mother.
Sorry?
A close friend's mother.
And
So
who's
she
the
was
close
close
friend?
Aaron Hume.
And did you grow up with Aaron and also his brother Reuben?
Yeah, I've known them since around 2005.
Thank you. And I should just tell you, Mr Smith, I can see you now, so thank you for that. And thank you for also explaining how you knew Vivian. Now, in the days leading up to the 8th of November, what's your memory about that Kangawalla fire and where it was?
We'd been doing ongoing just fire exercises and that, just trying to do fire hazard reduction. I won't cancel any works that I had with earth moving and stuff for the previous 2 weeks. Coming up to that day, it did seem like it was under control or it wasn't an immediate threat to that area.
And moving on to the day that the fire progressed, that is the 8th of November, that morning, what was your assessment of the fire?
It still seemed very far away. It was very windy. I had to take into account the scope of works I was doing and what I couldn't do because there was a large tree overhanging where I had to dig and I wasn't going to do that with the winds that was around. But I did notice the skies were reasonably clear. There was a lot of smoke from behind the Tommy's Rock area towards Red Range Pinkett. It didn't seem at all threatening to that area.
And that morning, and I'm just turning to your statement at paragraph 6, you talk about finishing work and putting one of your machines on your truck, and at about 3:30 p.m. you left and headed for Aaron's property. So that's also Vivian's property, is that right?
Yes.
And tell us, you going to the property at that time in the afternoon?
What was that, sorry?
Why were you going to the property at that time?
To drop off one truck and pick up the other truck to take it to the next job to start for Monday morning.
And you say in your statement that when you were there, you noticed Vivian walking past one of the sheds, is that right?
I'm sure well, she's the only person that was down there, so it could have only been her that was up next to the shed at the time.
So did you have a conversation with her or did you just see her from a bit of a distance?
It was from a distance. I'd estimate at least 200-300 metres, and that was pretty much from her shed to where the TSR gate is in comparison in length.
And is it the case that you'd been on that property a number of times before that day?
Yes, Your Honour.
I'm going to show you some photos shortly about the property that you will be familiar with. But before I do, I'll just ask you this. At that time in the afternoon, were there any cars at Vivian's property?
When I arrived, when I was picking up the truck, there was Vivian's white car in the carport. And the Hilux, I think, was next to the shed.
The Hilux next to the shed, you say?
Yeah, I think that was still next to the shed where it was in the photos, and that's still after the point. And I'm sure there was the white SUV in the carport.
That white SUV, is that the car that you refer to as Vivian's car?
That is Vivian's car.
And was that a Captiva?
That is.
And that other car, the Ute, whose was that?
Dennis's.
And did you notice on that day whether the Ute was intact, as in whether it was drivable and whether it had tyres on the rims?
It was still together. I didn't notice the left rear wheel was burnt. I didn't notice that until the following Sunday after we'd gone down there. So I did notice that because honestly I pulled up straight next to it and jumped out of the car screaming Vivian's name. I wasn't looking at the condition of cars.
I understand that, Mr. Smith, and the questions that I'm asking are trying to understand what was happening at the time, and the court well understands the circumstances that you were in. But what we do know is this, right, that there were two cars there that afternoon.
Yep.
After you left Vivian's property that afternoon, where did you go next?
As soon as I had the first time, you mean when I dropped off the truck and picked up the other car?
Yeah.
I went into the east end of Waitala to a property Sophie Monks. I was going to clear some bamboo there, and that's where I dropped off the Bobcat.
Now, is it around that time that the RFS fire captain told you that the fire had progressed?
No one had told me the fire had progressed. I dropped off the Bobcat, and then I drove my truck back to drop it off at the front of the property where my ute was sitting. So I was planning on jumping in my ute to go home, and when I jumped out of my ute and went up to let the people know that I was leaving my truck there, I noticed that there was smoke intensely, like I could smell it stronger, and it was visible coming over the hill. And I yelled out to the people inside the house to come out and have a look at what was going on. And within 30 seconds, a minute, there was an amber attack raining down, and everyone started going where they had to go.
At paragraph 7 of your statement, Mr. Smith, you talk about the point at which you left the Bobcat, and you say, Levin, who is the fire captain, told me that Waitala was on fire and the front gate is on fire and the back fire trail is not safe. Is that right?
That's when I went back to move the Bobcat again. I had already dropped the Bobcat off and I was going back to move it to a safe place. So I had already dropped the Bobcat off and I had gone back to Carl's, and that's when I told them about the fire, and I'd gone straight back to Sophie's where I'd left the Bobcat sitting right next to bamboo and didn't think it'd be a safe place for it, so I'd moved it, and that's where I seen Levon. I'd seen just before that. He took me up to get the Bobcat, Then he was going to do more work back up his place and check on his neighbours. I grabbed Abraham, was an elderly gentleman of Waitala, got him to get in the car and take him around to the evacuation area.
And around about what time did those events occur?
Shortly, around 4 o'clock, I think that would be.
And in your statement, you set out that you then went to another person's house. Is it Lynn's house?
Yes, when I stopped at the evacuation area, Lynn was asking for anyone that could come and help to save her place and the dwellings around hers, as well as Bill's and Tony Keating's.
And Lynn's house is directly behind the shop, is that right?
That's correct.
And is it around that time you saw some RFS officers?
Down at the shop, yes. I'm not sure if it was before. I think it was when I just got back down from doing work up at Lynn's place. I'd gone down and seen, I think it was Jesse. I seen Jesse and Joe on that, and I'd asked Jesse, I believe, if he knew what was going on around the south side, if there was any way to get around there over the back or anything like that. And he said that he'd been there and Vivian wasn't there. He wasn't there at the time.
Just pausing there, when you're talking about Jesse and Joe, do you mean Jesse Kirkman
Yeah,
and Joe Borgia?
yes.
So at this time, that is when you had a conversation with Jesse and Joe, had you spoken with Aaron, Vivian's son?
Yeah, I'd called him on the phone as soon as I got to a spot where I had service and told him that it was a very real threat and to get down here immediately.
And what did Aaron say to you?
He was on his way. He called me back from the top of the hill a bit later and said he couldn't get down and asked if I could go around.
And what did you say in response to that request?
I would.
And where did you go next?
I headed for the front gate. I unloaded any fuel products I had on the back of the ute off because I was sure I was going to encounter a lot of fire. Drove to the front gate. There was a fire truck sitting there, blocking the road below the fire shed, and there was just a wall of fire behind it. And that, the whole road and all the trees is just really thick right as you enter the front gate, or just before you enter the front gate.
Mr. Smith, when you say the front gate, are you talking about the front gate of Waitala community?
Yes.
So is it the case you couldn't get through that road?
No, at that time, all I could see was a wall of fire. I went back up to Carl's to see if there was anyone there. There was no one there, and I found his house was starting to go up. I've dragged the rubbish away from the house, dragged washing machine stuff away from the house to stop it going up on fire. The fire trucks then come up to where I was and assisted. When it's left, I left and drove through the fire at the front gate and proceeded to head around.
And was your objective at that point to try and get to Vivian's property, or were you simply looking out to see who else you could help?
I wanted to get to Vivian's to confirm for myself she wasn't there.
And at that point in time, what information did you have from anyone about whether someone else had already been to the property?
The only indication I had what Jesse had told me, and it did give me some comfort, and I'd hoped that I would not see anyone there or any cars there when I got there, but I still couldn't without not going, because I'd also spoke to Aaron and everything, and he told me that he couldn't get down there, and I think he'd said that he was talking to his mother and the phone dropped out. So I was sure that she was down there.
Now, in your statement, in recounting what happened next, you say that you continued up the road near Tommy's Rock and you saw an RFS Hilux coming towards you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you say there were two people in the Hilux and one of them was a man in his late 50s or 60s. Now, did you stop to speak with those people?
Yes.
And what conversation did you have?
I told him he had to take Martin and Jenny that I had just picked up with him. So it wasn't safe where I was going. He asked where I was going. I told him I was going to Vivian's. He asked where was that. I said it's where the big shed is and trucks and machinery. And he said that they'd been there or someone had been there and didn't think anyone was there. And it wasn't safe to go around there.
And did you know who that person was?
No, I don't. Well, I've never seen him before or after this event.
So your understanding as at that time was that some members of the RFS had been to the property and they understood that Vivian wasn't there.
Yes.
But you continued onwards for the reasons you've just explained to the court. And when you got to the property, what were your observations about the main house and the shed?
I couldn't see anything really across the paddocks. It wasn't until I was getting close to her actual driveway. You could see along the road a little, but when you looked into the paddocks, it was just grey and red.
And can you tell the court which direction did you come from to get to Vivian's property?
I come from from west to east. So that's coming from the actual bridge that burnt, coming from Tommy's Rock, heading away, heading east.
And is that, if you work from where the shed is that past Gary's house?
Yeah, it'd be approximately 7-8 kilometres from Gary Blair you're talking about.
Well, we only know another resident by the name of Gary, but in any case, is there a Gary that lives on the way by the route that you took to Vivian's?
Yes, it is.
And then you say you went, continued up, it would be Old Grafton Road, is that right?
Yes.
And then you reached Vivian's property?
Yeah, that's correct.
And on that journey, did you encounter any other cars or vehicles?
Not that I can remember. On the way back, I saw one fire truck.
When you got to the property, you say initially you couldn't see much. Did you drive up the driveway to her house?
I drove in the driveway and parked my ute pretty much adjacent to where that Hilux is sitting in your photos.
Well, I'll show you those photos now, Mr. Smith, and there's 6 of them. I'll show you each of them, okay? These are taken some days after the event, and I know you've seen them before. So we'll show the first one. Now, what's that an image of?
That's the front of the house, Vivian's.
And we'll move to the second photograph. Now, pausing there, is it the case that that's the ute that we referred to earlier as Aaron's ute?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that photograph, can you tell the court where you parked your ute?
On the right-hand side of it.
And was Aaron's ute there when you drove up?
Yes.
Were there any other cars there?
A white SUV directly in front of me in the carport.
What was it, in the carport or a bit outside the carport, or you can't remember?
The majority was in the carport, I think. Yeah, maybe the front of it was just in the carport, but that's the area it was.
I'll just show you the next photograph. Is that an image of the back of the property looking from the opposite direction?
Yes, that's the back of the property.
And then I'll show you the next one, please. Is it the case from looking at this image that there is a large shed behind the main house?
Yep, the laundry toilet.
And then we'll just show the last image, please. And we'll zoom in. you describe the other structure that we can see in that image towards the back of the photo?
That's the carport.
So where, if you can remember, was the Captiva when you got there that night?
It was at least 2/3 in the carport. That's what I mean. It was over where she would normally park it, type of thing, and that generally there would be like a bit of room still in the front of the car to get into the garden shed and stuff in there. So unless it was bad weather, I don't think it would be parked all the way in the carport. It was generally majority of it was in.
And when you arrived at that time, had the fire reached the property or any of these structures?
This property,
Yes.
yeah, it was burnt when I had arrived. The car wasn't burnt, but the shed, you could see that it had been on fire. There wasn't much left of anything. Vivian was in between the very back corner post of her shed and the very front left-hand corner post of the carport.
And is it the case, Mr. Smith, that she was lying on the ground when you got there?
Yes, she was.
And you found her unconscious, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And did you take her and put her in your ute straight away?
Yes, I did.
And I take it you weren't able to have any conversation with her at that time?
No, I only checked for breathing and picked her up.
And when you got her in the ute, where did you drive next?
Headed straight for the bridge to get her out of there.
And does that mean that you took the same route effectively that you took to get there in the first place, down past Gary's house and back towards the shed and towards the bridge?
Yes, I did.
And I know from your statement, Mr. Smith, you did everything you could to get her medical attention quickly. You tried to call 000, is that right?
Yes.
And could you get through? And then when you got down to the bridge, were there some other RFS officers there?
There was one fire truck before I got to the bridge, signalling to not cross the bridge. I told them to call for a helicopter, and just kept going to the bridge and hit the brakes right at the foot of the bridge and asked for help.
And it was the case, was it, that the bridge was still inaccessible?
It was on fire.
And you handed her over to the medical professionals who were there?
We got her out of the ute and put her onto her tarp, and we carried her along the dry creek bed to the other side.
And
Where
you
was
waited, I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, to cut you off. You waited with her until the ambulance came, is that right?
Yes.
And after the ambulance took her to the hospital via the helicopter, is it the case that you kept going trying to help members of your community in that fire?
Yes.
And did you speak with Aaron again that night?
When I got home, when I knew his mother was in the ambulance, I called him and told him.
And did you continue working in the community for the rest of that night?
I stayed there till probably I got a lift home from a mate, Jamil, at about 2 o'clock. I sat in the back of the council ute from probably 12 till then, waiting to just get out of there. There was no way to get out of there.
Did you not see Aaron and Dennis until about a day later because of that inaccessibility?
I saw them first thing in the morning, and when we got home from down there, I called Aaron, and then I was talking to him at 8 o'clock in the morning when he got the news of his mother passing, and went straight round to his place.
And did you accompany them, that is Aaron and Dennis, back to the house, that is Vivian, house?
Yes, I did.
And you helped them assess the situation and try and take in what had happened that night?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for explaining to the court what happened on that night. It's very much appreciated. Your Honour, those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, I'm just going to ask another counsel, Mr. Newton, if he has any questions for you.
Yes, Your Honour.
Your Honour, I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, I'd like to express my gratitude to you today for going through what must have been incredibly difficult for you. We've heard lots of stories of bravery during these proceedings, and yours is just another. You showed extraordinary bravery. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Yes, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honour. That concludes the oral evidence that supplements the material that Your Honour has in the brief of evidence.
Just let Mr. Smith know that you're free to go, Mr. Smith, anytime. Thank you.
Well, we could perhaps ensure that Mr. Smith knows that if he wants to continue to watch, then he can resume via the YouTube streaming channel.
Yeah. And I should say, you know, as well as Mr. Smith's extraordinary story of what happened in the bravery, also I say the same to Jesse Kirkman and Joe Borgia, whose evidence we heard earlier.
Yes.
Again, just extraordinary stories of bravery. Sorry, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honour. As I informed the court at the outset of today's proceedings, we have the family members of Vivian watching, and we have been in communication with them throughout the day about the conduct of the hearing. And Aaron has asked us to provide this family statement to you. He's given 2 photographs that we will show while I read it out. And as indicated, Your Honour, it was very difficult to find photographs because most of them were lost in the fire.
Yes, and thank you, Aaron, for providing these words. Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
Your Honour, Aaron would like to convey the following. Vivian Christine Chaplin was born on the 12th of January 1950 to parents Les and Winifred Chaplin and little sister to Kay. Vivian was an amazing person, mother, wife and grandmother. She was a typical Australian with a deep love of the bush and a simple way of life that comes with living in Australia. Her love of the bush and being surrounded by the native flora and fauna stemmed from her upbringing and camping trips around the Sydney area with her family as a child. Aaron says, as Mum grew up, she developed a strong love for animals and got involved in showing dogs. During this time, Mum met Dad and shared many common interests such as animals, motorbikes and a love for the bush, which created a bond over the desire to move away from the hectic city in order to raise a family. Aaron says it was not long after their meeting that Mum had a serious motorbike accident, leaving her fighting for life in a coma. Dad would visit to sit with her every other day, helping her recover and making plans for their future move. Mum and Dad moved away from the city to the New England area with a now young family and a few goats in tow until finally settling in Waitala in 1983. They were quickly engaged with the community and became heavily involved with the school, P&C and rural fire service. They raised us at Waitala until it was time to start thinking of high school and decided it was in our best interest to move to Armidale to better our education. I'll just pause here, Your Honour, and explain that that is Vivian in her younger days, raising the kids, Aaron and Reuben, who were in the creek. Dad continued to stay at Waitala, giving us boys the best of both worlds. It was during this time in Armidale that Mum enrolled herself into uni to complete a degree in psychology while also working part-time and raising a family as a single mum. This opportunity gave her a wide range of skills, and she began volunteering with many well-known community organisations in the local Armidale area. Once high school had finished, we were presented with the opportunity to purchase the 1,500 acre property adjacent to Waitala, so we did. Here, Mum and Dad made plans to live, retire, and watch the grandchildren grow and learn, and it quickly became known as the family farm. I should add, Your Honour, that the name of the property is Christie's. Over the years, we all slowly worked, fencing, collecting materials, building the farm up while holding down local jobs, or studying and now raising young families of our own. It was our weekend paradise. When eventually our grandparents sadly passed, Mum was able to start building a permanent dwelling at Christie's and could finally live there full time. Mum put everything into making this little piece of paradise her home, and creating a future for her family meant everything to her. Even after a hip replacement, her opinions and dreams never changed, so I, meaning Aaron, chose to live with her part-time, becoming her carer, modifying her building to better suit her accessibility issues, running errands to save her long trips into town, and in this way we continued until the 2019 firestorm. Your Honour, I just will ask that we show that photograph of the family, and Your Honour will see Vivian on the far right with other members of the family. Your Honour, the Council Assisting team thanks Aaron for providing that family statement and the material to show the court.
I would also like to thank Aaron for providing those beautiful words about his mum, Vivian, and also the stories of Christie's, and it's just lovely to hear more about Vivian, and she sounds like she really was quite an extraordinary woman. And again, I just want to offer my sincere condolences to Aaron and Reuben and Dennis and all of Vivian's friends and extended family. Such a tragedy it was.
Your Honour, this concludes the hearing into the inquest into Vivian's death. Your Honour has the benefit of the documentary material in front of you in Exhibit 33. Your Honour has also heard from Michael Borger, Jesse Kirkman and Matthew Smith. Your Honour has just heard the family statement. At a later stage in your inquiry into the 2019-2020 bushfire season, those assisting you will formally address the court on the manner and cause of Vivian's death. In that regard, I can foreshadow that a formal submission is likely to be made that Vivian Chaplin died at approximately 10:35 a.m. on the 9th of November 2019 at Concord Repatriation General Hospital in Sydney due to complications of thermal injuries which she sustained on the 8th of November 2019 during the Kangawalla fire. Your Honour, I ask that you formally stand this matter over until the 5th of September for those formal findings.
I do stand this matter over to the 5th of September for those findings.
Your Honour, I ask that the court adjourn now until this afternoon, 2 p.m, for the inquest into the death of George Knoll.
Thank you. Yes, we're adjourned now until 2 p.m. Mrs Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honour. This is the inquest into the death of George Knoll. George Knoll was a resident of Waitala. He lived in a simple home on Lot 4 at 11648 capital B, Old Grafton Road. He had lived there for over 30 years. George died on 8 November 2019 after the Kangawalla fire reached his house. He was found early the following morning in his car, which was parked at the front of his home. The evidence suggests he had possibly tried to flee or seek shelter in his car when the fire became too intense. I can inform the court that George's brother, Panagiotis Kokinakis, resides in Greece, and I understand that he is watching these proceedings. We take this opportunity to acknowledge the devastating circumstances of this fire and George's death, and the significant loss to his family, including those family members in Greece, and his friends and fellow neighbours and residents of Waitala. Your Honour, George was born in Greece and emigrated to Australia in about 1983, after living in South Africa for some time, where he worked for a period for NASA. His siblings remained in Greece. He obtained dual citizenship and made Australia his home. While he did not see his family often, they remained close. In Australia, George worked as an electrical technician. His brother has told those assisting Your Honour that George was very good at fixing things from a very early age: radios, other electronics, even hard drives for computers. It is clear that George was talented and practical. He was 85 years old when he died, and he was active and fit. The evidence obtained from investigating police and interviews with community, family and friends indicates that George largely kept to himself. He lived on his own in Waitala, but was well known in the community. He would often be seen riding his bike around the community, and he was a member of the local RFS. George had a long-term friendship with Philip Hine. Philip and George would keep in touch, and Philip would visit George on his property on a regular basis. They only lived about 1 kilometre apart. Your Honour will hear from Philip in these proceedings. Alan Bacon, George's neighbour, had known George for over 15 years. They were also friends. Alan believes that George had built his house himself. He explains that it was an older style house with a timber stud frame and a corrugated iron roof. The house was powered by solar energy. Philip describes the house as having 3 rooms. One was George's room, one was a room that George referred to as his laboratory, and the third a living room. Philip explains that George always slept outside underneath the awning. His house was located about 100 metres from Old Grafton Road, but was still visible from the roadway. Your Honour will see in the evidence that will be tendered shortly that his lot was near the bridge of the entrance to Waitala and at the start of the community. An unsealed driveway led up to the house. A few weeks before George died, Alan, his neighbour, recalls speaking with him about clearing out his gutters, raking the yard and having an adequate water supply due to the fire season that was before them. It is clear that George thought it was a good idea to be prepared, but the preparations were reasonably limited. Alan thought George might be limited also in what he could do due to his advanced age in the event that a fire was to enter the property. I turn now, Your Honour, to the events of 8 November 2019. Your Honour has heard today and yesterday about the devastation from the weather conditions in the northern region in November, and particularly on the 8th of November 2019. The extreme weather conditions on the afternoon put significant pressure on the containment lines around the Kangarola fire, which had been installed in the previous days. This was particularly so to the east and southeast of the fire. Your Honour has heard and will read again when I tendered this brief of evidence that by mid-afternoon, reports had been received that the fire was out of control in parts of Waitala. Given the speed and the ferocity of the fire on this day, little warning could be given to local residents. Most managed to evacuate to Glen Innes or to the Oval or the local shop, but some, including George, remained on their properties. Your Honour will hear that on the day of the fire in mid-afternoon, George's friend Philip was aware that the fire was encroaching from information he'd obtained online. By about 2:50 p.m, Philip noticed significant smoke in the area. He turned on the radio and heard the RFS warning everybody to evacuate. He states, and Your Honour will hear from him soon, that he was ready to defend his home, but quickly decided to leave as he fully appreciated the extent of the fire and the spotting that was occurring around him. He went inside to get some clothing and his dogs and heard a gas bottle explode. Philip believes that had he left his property only 30 seconds later, in his words, he would have been gone for sure. Philip evacuated to the Oval and came across George's neighbour, Storm. He heard that Storm's partner, Alan, had gone up to George's house in order to assist him. The court will hear from Alan shortly that they lived only about 50 metres away from George, also on Lot 4. That afternoon, Alan had come home to find an enormous cloud of smoke that looked, in his words, like a mushroom cloud, and at that time he himself received a message from the RFS to evacuate. The officer in charge of this investigation has reviewed George's telephone records. They indicate some communication on that afternoon with a number of people. George made a call at 4:52 p.m, which lasted only about 27 seconds, and it appears that this is the last phone communication that George made. The person who he called is not known. At that same time, 4 emergency alert voice calls were made to George's phone. The officer in charge is not able to confirm whether George received those messages. What is clear, however, is that by that stage he must have been well aware of the fire. Alan says in his statement to police that he went to George's house and tried to help him. Your Honour will hear about this conversation, and it appears, at least from Alan's statement, that George said that he wanted to stay and that he was staying in his own home, and George was panicked. Around that time, it appears that George was out the back of the house trying to put out some spot fires, and Alan noticed his own shed on fire and ran back to it to put it out. Alan then fled to the nearby RFS shed in order to obtain assistance. He says that he obtained a quad bike from the RFS, and despite the serious conditions, he drove back to George's house in order to check on him and try and assist him. Your Honour will hear that he did not make it back to George's property, that he collided with a 4-wheel drive, and the driver of that car, also an RFS officer, said that he couldn't proceed any further due to the flames. Alan was also injured and had been conveyed to the hospital by ambulance. It is apparent from the line scan images taken from the RFS that the fire reached George's house sometime after 5:05 p.m. and within that hour. I'll show Your Honour a representation. And if we can just zoom in, please. That is the line scan between 5:05 and 6:11. And it's clear that by that stage, George's house has been well engulfed in the fire. And Your Honour will see from the brief of evidence that the house itself was entirely destroyed. In the days following the fire, police attended the scene and they located the remains of George in his car. I will show the court 2 photographs of the area of his property which demonstrates the ferocity of the fire. That first image, Your Honour, is the remains of the property in which George lived. And again, corrugated iron and other materials that once formed his house that he built, as I said to Your Honour earlier, about 30 years before. Your Honour, the court will shortly hear from 2 of George's friends and neighbours, firstly Alan Bacon and then Philip Hine. I will then have the opportunity to read to Your Honour a statement provided by George's brother, who, as I said earlier, is in Greece at the moment. I tender the brief of evidence.
That'll be Exhibit 34.
Thank you, Your Honour. I call the first witness, Alan Bacon.
Hello, Mr. Bacon. Can you see and hear us at the court?
Yes, I can see and hear you.
Excellent. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Mr. Bacon, can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Will you give your full name to the court, please?
My name is Alan Michael Bacon.
And Mr. Bacon, do you understand that we're calling you to give evidence today in regard to the circumstances of the death of George Knoll and the bushfires?
Yes, I do.
And you have provided a statement to investigating police, and that was on the 7th of July 2021, is that right?
Yes, it is, yep.
Do you have your statement in front of you in the event we need to refer to it?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Bacon, do you currently live in Waitala?
Yep.
And how long have you lived there for?
8 years now.
And what's your role in the community?
At the moment, I'm a property manager.
And what does that involve?
Maintaining roads, fence lines, weed control, livestock control, etc.
And is your property at lot 104 in Waitala?
Yes, it is, yep.
And can you explain to the court where that is with reference to the bridge and the shed and some other features in the community?
So where it is from the bridge itself, it'll probably be 100 metres up the road. Turning onto the Waitala property would be 50 metres past the main entrance, or the turn off, I should say. From the fire shed, it'd be 150 metres west or so.
And what's the distance between your property and George's property?
It would be 75, 80 metres. It wouldn't be too far.
And how long had you known George prior to November 2019?
Around 15 years.
So you knew him before you actually moved into Lot 104, is that right?
Yes, yes. I was a visitor to Waitala Bar before I actually became a community member.
It's clear from the material that the police have collected, Mr. Bacon, that he lived quite a solitary life. Can you tell the court something about him from your experience?
George was just a really, really quiet man. He always stayed at home. Yeah, you'd see him travelling to town from time to time, maybe to get supplies or riding his push bike. But short of that, he'd just stay at home and listen to music or mainly opera, or he'd hear it from where I lived. But he was just, yeah, really solitary kind of guy.
He had 2 cars on his property, is that right?
Yes, he did, yes.
But he'd still often choose to ride his bike rather than drive his cars into town.
I think riding the bike was an exercise. Like, he didn't actually ride into town. He'd just ride around as exercise towards, you know, certain areas of the river and campgrounds and whatnot.
Was he well known in the community?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. He was one of the elders.
He was one of the what, I'm sorry?
The elders, like one of the respected elders.
Was he a member of the RFS?
No, he wasn't, no.
Was he connected to the community in terms of the shop and the school?
Well, not so much the school, but yeah, he'd still be going to the shop sometimes if he needed to, but he had his own personal mailbox. Normally people collect their mail from the shop. But yeah, he was just really a guy that just wanted to be by himself and live his life.
And how regularly would you see him when you were living at your property?
Oh, every day or two, you know, see him getting around the yard, or you'd hear some music, or sometimes he'd get his generator going for make a coffee or something like that. But yeah, I just saw him every couple of days.
You've given some evidence in your statement, Mr. Bacon, that in the month prior to the bushfires, you had a conversation with Mr. Knoll about effectively fire preparation. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. So for quite some time when we were at the site, we did quite a bit of raking and you know, clearing of debris around the place, and kind of thought, you know, we've got George involved as well. You know, get your hoses ready, you know, just to quickly pull them out. Make sure you've got adequate water supply. Yeah, just because we're in such a severe drought at the time too, it was, you know, kind of really critical that we did something about the condition of the yard.
Do you know whether George had a fire plan in the event of a bushfire?
Not he had, when I went to saw him that day, he did have hoses and whatnot, but I don't know about an official fire plan as such. No.
Did you have a conversation in those weeks before the fire about the general bushfires that have been raging already in New South Wales?
Yeah, the Kangaroo fire had been burning for quite some time, so you know, we had spoken about it, and also we were all aware of it. And you know, we had smoke for nearly 4 or 5 weeks prior to the actual fire getting us. But yeah, we had actually spoken about, you know, clearing the yard and making sure there was some kind of break in the yard, so that it wasn't just going to, you know, rage up through there and burn like no tomorrow.
And if I turn now to the 8th of November, which is the day of the fire, when you woke up in the morning, what was your understanding about the state of Kangaroo fire in your area?
When I woke up that morning, I heard that it was just a watch and act kind of situation. The RFS was pretty well just standing back, not really doing much. It wasn't that much of a threat to any assets or anything like that, as far as I know. There was no state of emergency or no emergency phone calls or contacts from anyone. Everyone was pretty sedated with the whole situation. It's just what's been happening for the last 4 or 5 weeks.
And when throughout that day did it change from your perspective?
Well, I was actually working that day. At about lunchtime, I unloaded a truckload of steel that came from a local construction company or local supplies company. And it just got really hot, and the smoke seemed to pick up a little bit. So the guy I was working for said, "Look, mate, you know, it's a bit too hot. How about you go home and just chill out for the afternoon?" And so I went home, and yeah, it was about 2 hours later when it actually hit us.
And when you went home in that afternoon, is it the case your partner and also your son were at the house?
Yes, yeah, they were both there, yeah.
And were they making preparations to evacuate because of the progressing fire?
Not immediately. So it was just the smoke was building a little bit. It wasn't until a friend of mine, Joel Noonan, he came to me wide-eyed on a motorbike and said, "What are you guys doing here? You need to get your partner and your son out of here as quickly as you can. It's coming now."
And about what time do you think that was?
Oh, that would have been around 3 o'clock, 3:30 or something like that.
And after you received that information, what did you and your family do next?
So we just got basic essentials, the cat, a couple of bits of paperwork and some photographs, and just loaded into the car. And I said to my partner, "Like, you're gonna have to get out of here." I had my motorbike still at that time, so I thought I'd go and notify George and let him know that the fire was on its way and we needed to do something really quickly.
And did you then go straight to George's house, or did you do anything before you got there?
Well, all I made sure was I just made sure I had some hoses and a spray rig in my front yard, and then I went to George's immediately after.
And by the time you got to George's, what was the state of the fire and where was it?
It was still quite a distance away. There was a couple of little spot fires that were, probably 100 metres away from us, but easily controllable. There was nothing of an immediate threat for a little while there before that. Well, I saw George, and I've been back and forth a few times before the fire actually hit us.
And at that time, that is when you'd been going back and forth, did you have conversations with George?
Yeah, multiple times. I asked him if he wanted to stay, if he wanted to defend. I recommended that he should leave once I started to see it escalate and how the wind picked up. But it was just, multiple times I'm like, "You should go, you should go." And he's like, he just wanted to stay. He was just adamant that he had to be at his home.
And what words did he use when he conveyed that to you?
He said, "This is my home. I want to be here. I don't want to go. This is my home. This is my home."
And did he make any preparations to defend from the fire?
Yeah, he did. So when I went up there, I gave him a hand in the initial time, give him a bit of a hand braking and whatnot. And he had his hoses, already laid out in a figure of 8, so you could just grab it by the end and run out without it tangling or anything like that. Like, he had made preparations, and in the weeks prior to it, he'd also made some preparations of what he could do. That's all I could do say there.
And at that time, were you also keeping an eye on your own house and whether the spot fires were going to reach that?
Yeah. Where George lived is kind of up on a little bit of an uphill behind my house. So when I was at his house, I had a better view of everything that was going on rather than being down at my house and not seeing everything.
And during that time, that is when you were going back and forth to George, did your shed catch fire?
Yeah, the small metalworking shed beside my house caught on fire, yeah.
And what did you do at that point?
I tried to put it out. I had a little bit of water there just next to the house, to the shed, sorry. I tried to put that little fire out, and I got it under control for a little bit, and it just seemed to, because there was so much going on, the smouldering must have reignited at some stage and took off again.
And was there a point in time when you realised you wouldn't be able to defend your own property?
Yeah. It was once I realised, I went back up to George's and saw how many spot fires were then joining and becoming another fire front with a big fire behind it. I realised there was no chance, and I ran the RFS, I contacted the RFS on walkie-talkie, and they said, "Look, mate, you're on your own. We're too busy." They had that triple O call that they had to respond to.
And what did you do next?
Well, that's when I went to, I can't control this, I can't get this under control. I'm going to get my motorbike and get George and get out of here. And so I ran down to get my motorbike, and I grabbed the handlebars of my motorbike, and the wind had changed, and the flames came between my arms and burned the back of my arms and my face and whatnot. And I thought, well, I'm in no condition to fight the fire, so I ran back past my house and yelled to George and got his attention, said, "Mate, just get out, get the F out, you need to go."
And did you then run down to the RFS fire shed?
Yes, yeah.
And what did you do next?
So once I got to the RFS shed, the pain had kicked in from the burns, and so I instantly ran to a sink and doused my face and my arms in the cold water, and looked around for some kind of vehicle, four-wheel drive, that'd be decent for going through a fire on. And the only vehicle I found was a quad bike that was there. So I jumped on the quad bike and proceeded to ride back to my house. And as I was just about to turn into my driveway, I was hit by a four-wheel drive, breaking the quad bike, and also busted myself up a little bit.
So what was the purpose of getting the quad bike and going back towards the fire?
It was getting George out.
So is it the case you couldn't get back to the property?
Well, yeah, once I got hit, I was at the bottom of my driveway when I got hit by the four-wheel drive, and the burns on my arms. When I came off the quad bike, I landed on the road and just took all the skin off my arm and ended up with a skin graft there. And the guy that was in the vehicle said, "Look, mate, I'm in the RFS. I can't let you get in there. There's an evacuation order. We need to go."
And was that Stephen Waddington?
Yes, it was, yeah.
And were you then taken back down towards the RFS shed and in fact taken to hospital?
I wasn't taken back towards the RFS shed. I was taken towards hospital, towards Glennis.
And when did you next get back to your property?
I think it was around the 27th of November or 23rd of December, sorry.
So it was quite some time later.
Yeah, I was in Royal North Shore Hospital for a few weeks, needing a skin graft on my arm and a bit of treatment for my burns.
And Mr. Bacon, what was the state of your property after the fire had gone through?
It's demolished, completely burned.
And have you gone back to Waitala or are you now living somewhere else?
Yes, I'm living back at Waitala and I'm currently rebuilding.
You're currently what, I'm sorry?
Rebuilding my home. I'm building another house.
And when was it you were informed that George effectively didn't make it out of the fire?
I think it was 3 or 4 days later. I was actually watching the news and I saw the aerial footage and recognised my yard.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon, for sharing the story of what happened that afternoon. It's of great assistance to the court. Your Honour, those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bacon, I'm just checking if there's any other questions. Mr. Newton.
No questions, Your Honour.
Mr. Bacon, I'd like to thank you for your evidence, giving evidence today. I know that it must be really difficult to go through all of that again because it sounds like it was a traumatic experience, and obviously, again, acknowledge your bravery in what you did. Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, I call Philip Hine.
Mr. Hine, can you see and hear us at the court?
Yes, I can.
All right, you'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Hine. Ms. Stevens.
Mr. Hine, can you hear and see me? Mr. Hine, can you hear and see me?
Yes, I can hear and see you.
Will you give your full name to the court, please?
My full name is Philip Douglas Hine.
Mr. Hine, do you understand that you've been called to give evidence today in regard to the circumstances of the death of George Knoll in the Kangawalla fire?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Hine, have you made a statement to police in regard to these matters on the 10th of December 2019?
That is correct.
Have you got a copy of that statement in front of you in the event we need to refer to it?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Hine, I'm going to ask you some questions about your experience living in the community and when the fire came through on the 8th of November. And once I've done that, I'll ask whether you have anything that you wanted to tell the court about George, okay?
Okay.
We may have some problems with with the technology, Mr. Hine, and if we do, we might switch off the visual, but you'll still be able to hear me, and I hope to be able to hear you.
Okay, that should be okay.
Can you tell the court, Mr. Hine, how long have you lived in Waitala before?
I've lived there since November 1987, which at the time, in 10th of December 2019, that was 32 years. So it's 34 years now.
And have you always lived on the same lot?
Yes.
How long had you known George?
In 1987, I met George.
Might have lost the link with Mr. Hine. Unless, Mr. Hine, can you still hear us?
Yes, I can still hear you. It just seems
Okay.
my video has disappeared.
Video might have dropped out. We might just have to go with audio if that's okay. Sorry about that, Mr. Hine, but we'll just proceed with audio because it might work better that way.
Okay, I'm okay
Sorry,
with that.
Thank you, Mr. Hine. You were giving your answer, but some of it cut out. Can you just start again in response to my question?
Yes, well, your question was how long have I known George, I believe.
Yes?
So, yes, I've known him since December 1980.
Cut out again, Mr. Hine. I might just see what we need to do. Mr. Hine, we're just having some technical problems. It's cutting in and out. I'm just going to get some advice from our technical people on how we can make it better. Just hold on
Okay.
for 1 second. Thank
Sure.
you. Thank you.
Your Honor, it might be that we can call Mr. Hine on the phone rather than over this connection.
Okay.
So perhaps we'll ask him to hang up and then we'll...
Mr. Hine, we're going to try and get you on your phone if that's okay.
Okay,
So
yep.
if you hang up from this link and then we'll contact you very, very soon. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll just adjourn for a few minutes. Okay, Mr. Hine, I understand we've got you on your phone now.
Yeah,
Me? All right, I'll just hand over now back to Ms. Stevens to ask you more
Okay.
questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Mr. Hine, I was trying to ask you about how long you had known George, and your answer was quite some time, over 30 years. My next question was going to be, where did you first meet?
on the property of Waitala is where I first met George Knoll.
And can you tell us about the house that he lived on?
Yes, he built it himself. It was basically a two-car garage-sized building that he had built out of timber framing and compressed concrete on the outside, fibro sheeting. And he'd separated it into a living area, an office and a laboratory.
And when we say laboratory, what was the purpose of that?
It was an electronics lab.
Because he was an electronics technician by trade, is that right?
Correct, yes. So he had things in there like oscilloscopes and soldering irons and amplifiers and power supplies, etc., etc.
So was he very good at fixing things?
Very much so, yes. He was definitely very, very good with his hands.
Did he tell you anything about his previous employment, including before he moved to Australia?
He never delved into deep conversation about that, but he did mention that he worked as a technician for NASA through the years when they were doing the Apollo missions. I believe that was when he was in South Africa.
Did he continue to work when he moved to Waitala?
Essentially, he moved to Waitala in order to retire to a peaceful lifestyle, but he did employ himself in the solar industry. I mean, he designed and built solar regulators and solar power systems, and that's where I had a very similar interest to him in doing that sort of technical stuff.
And did he power his own house through solar energy?
Yes, he certainly did.
You've told the investigating police in your statement that he was in the local Waitala RFS unit, is that right?
He was, yes.
And you say he was a communications officer. What did that entail?
Well, obviously on that day it didn't mean much at all. But what it did entail was keeping phone lists and records such as, telephone numbers compiled mainly, and, communicating with the group captain. So, on that particular day, the communications were pretty much down.
But is it the case that in the years before those bushfires, he undertook that role from time to time?
Correct, he did. Yes, indeed.
Did he undertake it from his house, or did he go down to the shed to work?
It was mostly at the shed, but some work was done from home.
We heard earlier from Alan Bacon, his neighbour, that often George could be seen riding his bike around the community. Is that right?
Very much so, yes. He liked to keep fit, and until his later years, he cycled every day.
So would it be fair to say that everybody on the community would have known him?
I'd say that is a very fair estimate, yes.
And it's clear, Mr. Hine, that you were one of his closer friends on the community. Is that also a fair statement?
I would say yes, that's definitely a fair statement, seeing we spoke to each other on the phone on most days and saw each other, shared meals each week.
I'd like to turn now, please, Mr. Hine, to the week leading up to the fire. Can
Yep.
you give the court some insight into your understanding and perhaps that of the community as a whole about the state of the fire in those days before the 8th of November?
Okay, in the weeks, maybe even more than 1 week, I would say in the weeks preceding the fire, there was some, what do you call it, backburning, where, to reduce fire risks. So they were around us in the preceding weeks. Most of them were all under control because we didn't have any severe winds. We did have some heat, but not severe winds. So in the weeks preceding, yes, we'd all been around lots of smoke and fires in the general vicinity. If you travelled anywhere on Waitala, it was fairly obvious that they'd been doing backburning to reduce the fire risk.
And from your position, did you have any particular concerns about the fire worsening in that week before the 8th of November?
Not really, no. I had no concerns. I had kept my yard well clear, well mowed, and there was no long grass or materials lying around that would have easily combusted on a normal day.
Did you have any conversations in the weeks leading up to the fire with George about his fire plan or preparedness for a fire?
Yes, most definitely. We had actually gone through his equipment. He had various buried water lines and a fire hose, and we had actually pulled out his fire hose and inspected it and make sure it was actually in working order. I had also done that at my own place.
So are you able to tell the court whether, in your view, you understood that George would stay and protect his house, or whether he would evacuate if a fire encroached on it?
Yeah, well, his intentions on a normal situation is, yes, you would fight the fire, because normally you don't get firestorms in the tops of the trees. Normally it just crawls along the grass. So if it was to get beyond control, yes, evacuation was on his plan.
Now, turning to the day that the fire encroached on his property, the 8th of November, that morning, did you have any particular concern about that progression?
In the morning, definitely not. There was nothing to suggest that there was going to be a disaster later on in the day.
And where did you spend your morning?
At home.
Did you speak with George that morning?
No, I hadn't. I'd spoken with him the evening before and had planned on meeting with him on the Saturday after the fire. Well, we didn't know the fire was going to happen. We had an engagement to eat dinner at his place on that Saturday, the 9th of November.
And throughout the day, that is the 8th of November, when did you first become aware that the situation had changed?
Well, when you could see a big plume of dark smoke coming up from the mountain to our west, and that was around about 2:30 in the afternoon. And I was actually on the internet looking at the Fires Near Me app and had noticed that they'd put a fire on the old Grafton Road in the completely wrong position.
And once you'd seen that smoke cloud and had a sense of the conditions, what did you do next?
Around about that time, between 2:30 and nearly 3 o'clock,
yes.
One of my neighbours came and visited me and asked me what I was going to do about this fire over there on the hill. And I said, well, if it gets here, I am leaving. And pretty much I had two neighbours come up and say the same thing. And out of those two neighbours, one did make it to the oval, which was the evacuation area, and the other neighbour actually ended up enduring the fire under a sheet of tin and behind a concrete wall.
And can you tell us the circumstances in which the fire progressed to your house?
Yeah, it's spotted from the top of a mountain as the crow flies, probably 1.5 kilometres. It's spotted by air, essentially all around me at the same time. So basically, I had fire all around me, all at the same time, in a matter of 30 seconds, 1 minute.
You, in your statement to police, you said, I was ready to get out. This is at paragraph 8. I was ready to get out and I attempted to defend my place with my fire hose, but it was useless. Is that because of the size of it?
No, it was a large hose. I had a good water supply. I had 22,000 litres of water buried, the pipe to it buried underground, and it was supplying water, but it was useless. I mean, the stream of water coming out of the nozzle was just being blown completely away. You couldn't direct it anywhere. It was just, the wind was that intense. It was blowing the stream of water. If I blew it towards the fire, it would just blow hot water and steam at my face. And so that's what I mean by useless. It was just not effective.
Thank you, Mr. Hine. You then say in the next paragraph, I ran inside and grabbed one of my dogs. I couldn't find the other one. I ran to get some clothing and an oxy bottle exploded in the carport. The whole house was consumed by fire, and if I had left 30 minutes later, I would have been gone for sure.
Exactly as I say. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
So how did you get out from your immediate area?
I had my car facing down my driveway, which is fairly clear. Keys were in it, a few items were in it. So I put the dog in there and left the other one because I couldn't find it. And I drove down my driveway at a moderate pace. The firestorm had already passed over my driveway, so there was just little petty fires either side of my driveway. I did have to get out of my car and push some small fallen trees out of the way. Other ones I drove over. So I hopped in my vehicle, which when I did get to the evacuation oval, discovered that my car was almost on fire. Like the whole plastic front of it had melted. So if I'd left the car sitting 10 seconds longer, the whole car would have combusted. The fact that I drove it blew out the fire on the car. So I got out of the car.
And then you got to safety at the Oval, is that the case?
That's correct.
Now, can you tell the court what's the distance from your house and George's house?
If you walked a straight line, it is about 1 kilometre. If you travelled via the established roads, it would be about 1.6 kilometres.
So I take it that when this was going on for you, you had no idea what was happening for George at his property?
That's correct, yes.
And when you got... Sorry, you go.
You can't see each other's places for the topography and the bush, the vegetation.
And once you got down to the Oval, did you have the opportunity to speak with RFS and other members of the community about where the fire had gone?
Kind of, yes. There was many other members of the community there, but the RFS was actually not there because they were busy looking for where everyone else was.
Did you have concerns about George at that time?
Most definitely.
When did you find out about his circumstances, Mr. Hine, and that is that he wasn't able to get out of his property?
Right. In paragraph 12 of my statement, I mention a resident known as Storm Lily Sparks, who is Alan Bacon's partner. And so from Storm Lily Sparks informed me of what she knew about where George was.
But at that time, it wasn't that simply that Alan had gone back to try and assist George, but you didn't know much more at that immediate moment.
No, I knew nothing more.
When did you next get back to your property, Mr. Hine?
Not for about 4 or 5 days after that event. So it was I think it was the Wednesday or the Thursday. So whatever date that it was in November. So that was 8, 9, 10. I'd say it was the 12th or the 13th of November that I got back to see my burnt remains of my house.
Well, that was my next question, and I know you deal with it in your statement, but what was the state of your property?
Annihilated.
And what have you done since that time in terms of deciding to rebuild or to move elsewhere?
Right. Well, I basically had the site completely cleared of all burnt relics and reconfigured, landscaped, I guess you call it. So cleared further than what I had. And I've put a transportable building on it.
What do you mean by that? Something that can be moved quickly?
No, it can't be moved quickly, but it is a pre-built building built by a company that called Uniplan, and they build transportable buildings. Mainly they build them for caravan parks and things like that. They don't actually have wheels on them, but they attach axles and wheels, bring it in on a big truck, and then wheel it to the site. Then they remove the wheels and put it on concrete piers.
So, Mr. Hyde, after you found out about what had happened to George, did you have the opportunity to speak with other members of the community about his passing?
Yes.
And I know that you've informed those assisting Her Honour that, given you're such a good friend of his, you'd like to have the opportunity just to tell Her Honour a bit about him. Is that right?
Just a little bit, and I've probably covered most of it in talking to you now regarding the statement. But yeah, just a few things, and that was that we did have a similar interests in electronics and solar power, and that we actually cycled together for several years, where we regularly cycled every week. Every weekend we would go for a cycling tour of about 50 to 100 kilometres. But that was when he was about 60. So it was probably 20 years before this event. We shared meals together. And what I'd like to share is that he became like a stepfather to me after the death of my own father. My own father passed away in 2017. And he sort of filled that role of like being an elder, and I looked up to him, and he was an interesting conversationalist. You could talk to him about just about anything, and we would strike up interesting conversations. So that's about all I need to say, I think.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hine. Is it fair to say that he was very much an important part of your community and will be missed not only by the community as a whole, but especially by you?
I think definitely so. Yes, he was a man that you could go to if you had some question, and he would attempt to answer it whether he knew the answer or not.
Thank you, Mr. Hine, for your time, and Your Honour, those are my questions.
Mr.
Okay,
Hine.
thank you very much.
Mr. Hine, if you just wait for one moment, just to see if there's any other questions from Mr. Newton.
Certainly.
No question.
No questions, all right. And Mr. Hine, I'd like to thank you for participating in this inquest today and telling us what you knew of what happened on that very sad day. And I'd also like to pass on my condolences to you for losing someone so important in your life. Thank
Yeah.
you once again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hine.
Okay.
Thank you, Rana. That concludes the oral evidence in the proceedings. As I foreshadowed, those assisting Your Honour have been in communication with George's family in Greece, in particular his brother Panayotis Kokonatis, and his brother has prepared provided us some information. We've prepared a statement for him just to give Your Honour a little bit more information about George as a person. As I said at the outset, Your Honour, he was born in Greece, and that was on the 25th of January 1934. He moved to South Africa for a period of time before migrating to Australia. As Your Honour has now heard from Mr. Hine, he built his timber house in Waitala by himself, and this was his home for many years. George was a solitary person and did not have any immediate family in Australia. His brother and sister still reside in Greece, and despite that distance, they did remain in contact on a regular basis. Mr. Kokonatis has informed the team assisting Your Honour that the last time he saw George in person was about 10 years ago when George visited him in Greece. In the early days, we're told that George was a wanderer and he was an extensive traveller. He wanted to educate himself and see the world. Mr. Kokonatis described his brother as being close to himself, very private, and that he lived a quiet life with not too many distractions. Despite this, and as is clear from Mr. Hine's evidence, he had good friends and enjoyed good company. George's brother has informed us that George was very savvy with technology, very proficient with the internet and able to communicate in different ways, and very good at repairing radios. Mr. Kokonatis, from his perspective as his brother and having known him his whole life, has expressed the view that George may not have appreciated the scale of the approaching fire. He also says that in any event, in these later years, given he was 85, his home was his whole world. In these circumstances, it seems that George may well have chosen to stay at the property as the fire progressed. Your Honour, Mr. Kokonatis has wished us to express to you in the court his thanks for investigating these bushfires, and that it is very much appreciated, especially from across the other part of the world.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens, and I'd like to thank Mr. Kokonatis for his lovely words about his brother, and it helps to know more about George through his words, and pass on my condolences to him and the family.
Your Honour, that concludes the hearing into the inquest into the death of George Knoll. Your Honour has the benefit of the documentary material in Exhibit 34, and Your Honour has just heard from Alan Bacon and Philip Hine about the events of the 8th of November 2019. At a later stage in this inquiry into the 2019-2020 bushfires, those assisting Your Honour will formally address you on the matter and cause of George Knoll's death. In that regard, I can foreshadow that a formal submission is likely to be made that George Knoll died in the afternoon of 8 November 2019 in his car, which was parked outside his property on the Old Grafton Road from the effects of fire during the Kangawalla fire. I'm sorry, I ask that you formally stand this matter over to the 5th of September.
I do. I stand this matter over to the 5th of September.
Your Honour, finally, I would ask that you now adjourn these proceedings to 10 a.m. tomorrow for the inquiry into the Bees Nest fire.
Thank you, Ms Stevens. We'll adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.